Greetings, programs! How is everyone this evening? This has been an exciting week for me. A lot of stress earlier in the week, but things are evening out. Had my car in to get worked on for a problem that's been around for quite some time, actually. With it crossing our fingers, it's finally been resolved. I also had to spend the day at work training someone to do my job, because I'm going on vacation here soon. Which means I was talking all day. Which means my throat is very sore, and I'm about to talk more. So, apologies in advance if I'm either quiet sometimes or don't speak sometimes. So, yesterday, Thursday, we're bringing Thursday streams back, and Thursday streams are moving to work night. So, Thursday was over on Twitch. Yesterday, stream was over on Twitch, did some game dev. And that means tomorrow, Saturday, is going to be another stream here on YouTube. Not yet 100% decided on what I'm going to do, but I have ideas. I've also spent a significant portion of this week playing Haydee 2. I've scoured the map top to bottom to learn more, to collect everything that I can collect, all the collectibles, all the power-ups, and anything that I can find. Collected everything. And then I started thinking about the lore to the game. And lore-wise, a lot of it, what you learn is through the notes that you pick up, of course. And the notes that you collect have... The lore in this game is really interesting. And how it's conveyed to you is really interesting. Because you get all of these notes, but it's not like, oh yeah, you collect all the notes and they just tell you, oh, yeah, this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and there's your story. The notes are very much the actual notes that would be left hanging around in the facility. Which means some of them are completely pointless. Some of them hold information that is meaningless without context. Some of them have information, but not all the information you need. And even once you put all of the notes together, once you actually read through all of the notes, you still don't have all the information. On top of the notes, you also have to explore the map and look around and learn things from what is physically around the map, where the various HD bots are, as an example. And then you can combine that information, like the environmental information, with what's in the notes, and you get a much clearer picture, but you still don't get all the information And some things are meant to be left for you to kind of have to make some educated guesses on. And it doesn't help that 2 of the notes are actually incorrect, and I saw in this Steam forum the dev at some point saying that they were in fact incorrect and saying what they should say instead. I'm very surprised they haven't fixed that yet. The devs know. I'm very surprised the game has not been patched to fix that yet. That said, from where we are in the game, I actually forget a lot of where we are in the game and what needs to be done exactly, so we may have to bum around a little bit and figure stuff out. I also have maps up, and I would like to... I want to go back through what we've already explored and mark some things on the map, as well as look at the notes that are around. And using my current knowledge, maybe help explain some of what's in those notes. I also have... somewhere around here. I have my own notes on the plot, so I can potentially give some context to some things that may not immediately be obvious.
Warning, dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical facilities, second.
So this is where we are, this is what we have. We have this key card, so we actually don't need any of these anymore. We only have so many bullets. We have a few tools. Oh, another thing I did was I went back and I worked on my robot. And you will notice now his eye glows. Very important. There is also this little ring. You'll see that floating over his head. That is actually an indication of where the top of the original enemy's head is, which gives you a much better idea of where you need to shoot to get a headshot. So let's go back to the beginning. We're going back to the original engineering area. The small area. And there's a couple notes in here for us to look at. Not there. So there's a note in this room. Acting diagnostic engineer, popper, HD534, low injection coefficient. So HD534, that is actually this HD unit right here is 534. And the room we're in is diagnostics. So this HD unit is here in diagnostics because of that issue. Let's see here. We don't have access to there yet. There is also a note in this room. Senior Foreman, to Senior Foreman A. Shredder, please fix the issue with the lights. Completely impossible to work with the gamers. This is a relatively unimportant document. We will see the name P. Woodman come up later, though. And I think that's all we have in here. We can go in here. This is a dead end. Coming out, this is grated. This is actually the other side of that door, but we cannot yet open this. Find which heckin' map this is. Here it is, finally. So I'm gonna go ahead and mark on this map that I have. What we need to get through there. Let's see here, we got a door down here. This leads to this room. You saw the one slasher that was down there? We actually shot it from up above. If you go down there and kill it, instead of killing it from up here, you actually get an achievement. And if you open up the game's files in the editor, you can see that the one surviving slasher that's down there is named Maximus. So this opens that gate, which we will want open, but not right this second. Whoa there, buddy. And so this is going into the larger plan. The larger section of engineering, which we have not been in. I didn't want to go into that right away, though. Okay, so this is an orange key. Which I am going to mark. And then we have this door down here, which goes to medical. which I'll hold off on for now. And I think that's about everything in here right now. Or at least in this tiny little area. Yeah, that's that room. Oh, yeah, that's that. So this area is not on map. On the minimap, you can see this area is just referred to as utility. And to get anywhere in here, we're going to need a tool, or two, really.
Warning. Emergency power supply at 5%. Shutdown imminent. Anchor restart required.
Okay, kind of marked on the map. So we're gonna have to come back here for those. Okay. So we're done in there. Is there anything... I do not think there is anything up here. I think in this room, yeah, okay, there's a locked case up in this room. I'm not too worried about that, though. There's a map specifically for that I'll reference when I get around to wanting to do that.
Insufficient power supply. Anchor restart required.
So as long as we're here, let's take a look at administrative. So there's a note right here. Oh, this is the janitor complaining about stuff being in the mannequins. Not really much to that one. One in here. So I think the request to increase patrols was because of the janitor. Which of course then was declined. Again, not really anything of note, but it's just kind of a funny side note. Okay, so we can go through there, we can go through there. Going up here is blocked.
Warning. Facility is under attack. Security Chief Taggart is in command.
So we can go ahead and block that. These doors are unlocked, so we can go in them. Let's see here, going down here. Well, this is open, so I'm not too worried about that. We went in there, we can go in there. Let's go ahead and check here. Oh, we never killed you. I kill the... I appear to have killed the slasher in here. Yes, I did. Okay, this takes us out here. There is... Well, as long as I'm here, I can go in every door here, right? Like, I don't need to...
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical facilities. Second floor.
Yeah, so we can go down there. There is a log in here. Again, more people complaining about the mannequins. This just leads in here. So that's that. We can also go up here. There's nothing in there, though, so I don't really care. We're mostly done with administrative. So there's not really anything we need in here. There are a bunch of notes back here. Let's go take a look at these again. Not gonna get jumped by anybody for walking around over here. Okay, bunch of notes in here. We have a note down here.
Facility is under attack.
Compatibility evaluation guidelines. So portrait resemblance, body anthropometry. And I think some things are interesting because you get things with very low numbers that are in turn very easy to change. Easy for them to change. And then very large numbers that are very difficult for them to change. So you get like, oh, if their height is off, it is very difficult for them to change height. But oh, like their mouth isn't quite right, very easy to fix that. And then the risk evaluation guidelines. Which, of course, we know this company is out kidnapping ladies. And it's listing then, like, okay, if they have this number that high, that's a problem. So there's those two there. There's 4 of them down here. Martha Keller. Martha Keller is actually very important. And is important specifically because of this regularly contacts with an unknown source. Monthly financed by an unknown source. Risk level high. Keep this in mind because it's never, I don't think it's ever explicitly stated anywhere, but Martha Keller is kind of the reason this whole game happened. So, we had one there. There's another one. There's 4 of them down here. Aoi Hazuki, risk level medium. Interestingly enough, for being only a risk level medium as opposed to the other one being high, we never really see anything else of Aoi Hazuki. One right here, Abigail Roberts. Risk level high. Abigail Roberts. We will see later. But is more a showcase of... There's a fourth... There it is. Jane Crawford. Yeah, we don't know a lot about Jane Crawford either. Another extremely high risk level, though. Which, again, we will learn more about later. Let's see here. There's two of them in here. There's this one. In accordance with paragraph 2410 of the Safety Regulations of Class A Secrecy Facility, I command all the delivery groups to raise the minimum essential risk level for objects delivery. Change alert suite. Seed A. Reduce the delivery intervals to 3 days. So, this is from Executive Chief Decker. Yeah. So Executive Chief Decker, this guy is one of the guys kind of running the show. And he's the one who asked to raise the risk level. And got approval for it. So this is where he is now stating the delivery groups need to deliver faster, and they are allowed to deliver higher risk targets. Ensola Coordinator, I. Hurrigan. I. Hurrigan is like kind of the corporate guy. I don't think he's actually located in this facility. I think he's at like a headquarters facility.
Warning. Facility is under attack. Security
Research Group Chief Creighton being found dead in his apartment. Do I have any good information on him? No, not really. Just that he was found dead in his apartment. This is another one of the kickoff factors to everything happening. This alone wasn't a big deal. It just kind of raised stress in the facility. And then Janik Sisek is the new research group chief. Not a lot of information here, really, other than that this kind of kicks something off, which is funny because you would really consider this thing saying that Creighton was found dead in his apartment would be a big deal, but it is shockingly not at all. So, let's see here. There are a few more.
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical
Right here,
facilities.
right? We've been through him. Yeah, we've been through. Yeah, then this leads down here. This is where This is blocked off. Going in here, there is a notebook somewhere. There it is. HD 512 diagnostic research results. So remember, HD 512 is us. And we were diagnosed. Because there was a problem with us. So in the course of initial diagnosis research carried out at the stage of the item training, items, of course, refer to the HD units. Diagnostic engineer Strauss discovered a secondary cognitive loop. So Engineer Strauss is a very important character. He's the diagnostic engineer, and really nobody at this facility is as good at him at this. So he discovered a secondary cognitive loop. So it's funny that they say controlling the mimic. The mimic is referring to the HD 512. It's referring to the item. So why is it referred to as a mimic here? And the reason for that, had I not censored a lot of the magazines and vending machines and posters around the facility, is because there is actually a real person in universe, a real person that has, I don't know if they're an actor or a model or what, but their name is like Vela Haydee or something. And they are like world famous, unbelievably famous. And so all of the Haydee units, all of the HD units, like us, we are all being built to mimic that actress or model or whatever it is that she is. So we're referred to as a mimic because they're effectively making us an artificial her. He had failed to neutralize the loop by conventional means. Adam was decommissioned and transferred to the private zone. This is also very important. So we were having problems, and Strauss discovered the secondary cognitive loop. Which is to say, we were not obeying the programming that they were trying to put in us. Because they didn't have access to this secondary cognitive loop that we were actually thinking in. And since they had no means of fixing that, our model was just decommissioned. Nothing could be done about it, and we were transferred to the private zone. So the private zone is effectively the strip club that we were at before. A number of decommissioned models are over there, and the workers can go over there and, like, request specific models or something there. After the accident and subsequent Strauss's arrest as an accomplice, at my initiative, Engineer Popper undertook a restudy. So there was an accident that caused Strauss's arrest. Popper undertook a restudy. So Popper is the acting diagnostics engineer. Once Strauss was relieved from duty, Popper was put in his place. Because, of course, Strauss was, arrested. Results of the initial research were confirmed. The item indeed has a cognitive loop. However, its influence has recently spread. It's impossible to determine if it's happened as a result of Strauss's actions or natural causes. We can assume it was because of natural causes. Because, of course, Strauss discovered this secondary loop when it was in for diagnostics because it wasn't behaving weird. But more on that later. Strauss's initial assumption about potentially existing similar loops among the transported items makes sense. Further research of the item using our equipment isn't possible. So what Strauss concluded was, because the engineers that were not working in diagnostics, but the engineers that were working in what were they? Like motorics and whatnot. Like the technical engineers, migration engineer is another one. They had, and we'll see this in another note, there was a test that they could do to make sure everything was working correctly. Like a psychological test to make sure everything was working correctly. And Strauss had very strong doubts about that test. And he said that there are a lot of things that test will not catch. And there was another test that he did that did catch this secondary loop. So his assumption now is, if this item had a secondary loop that was not caught by the engineer's tests, that means a lot of the items that have already been shipped out may also have a developing secondary cognitive loop. This could be problems. And then they indicate that they simply do not have the equipment at this location in order to examine 512 anymore in order to determine what's going on with the second cognitive loop. So a lot of information came out of that note. And then there's two notes in here. What the heck is the... Oh, this one is down here in the trash can. Nakabo based on Engineer Strauss's psychiatric examination. So... we see here, Engineer Strauss was sent to a psychiatric examination because of several issues. Nervousness, persistent conflicts with colleagues, violation of private zone rules. He actually cut 512's hair. Fight with security officer Vineheld, and falling productivity. So he got into a fight with the security officer. And we will see this in a later note, but what happened is it was actually due to the violation of private zone rules. The private zone, the one in charge of the private zone, let's see if I can figure out who that is. I've got like my giant list here. How do I not have it here? I'm just missing it. That's what I'm doing. Here. The private zone administrator, R. Maston. So, Maston noticed that Strauss had cut 512's hair and complained about it. When they complained about it, security officer Vineheld then showed up, in order to effectively separate 512 from Strauss. Strauss did not like the idea of 512 being separated from him and got into a fight. Yeah, private zone as in the club area, yes. Diagnostic measures taken, file of interviewing colleagues, engineer Strauss in a calm atmosphere, Tetcher's multifactorial questioning, research findings. Patient demonstrates the features of second stage of entropic refraction. This is going to be very important once we learn more about entropic refraction, but Strauss is very clearly suffering from it. Obviously, his dominating fixation is the HD512 item, which was confirmed by the patient himself during the interviews. For some reason, Strauss distinguishes this item as unique, having its own will and place in the world. Multiple visits exclusively to the given item in the private zone support the former assumption. So, given what we know already, this isn't just a fixation on 512 because he, thinks 512 is cool. This is because he discovered that secondary cognitive loop in 512. Corporate decommissioned 512 and sent it to the private zone where Strauss wanted to continue examining it. So instead, he just goes to the private zone and requests 512 so he can continue examining it. And in spending time with it, he is concluding that it does have its own separate consciousness. That's why he thinks it's unique, because it is. And having its own will and place in the world, and that's because it has a second cognitive loop. It's actually determining who itself is. It's developing its own consciousness. And as a scientist, he's fascinated by this, of course. And then in noticing that this is a living thing, it's not just a wiped person, of course he is fixating on it. Dominating fixation is to help it. Apparently the fixation arose due to the patient's inability to fix the item defects during the diagnostic research. Other needs are clearly regressing. So it's not as simple as he failed to fix the item during diagnostic research. It's that he discovered the secondary cognitive loop he did not have access to. Recommendations. It is highly recommended to suspend Engineer Strauss from duty due to the high risk of injury to himself and others, and immediately refer him for treatment. His continued presence at the facility is fraught with the inevitable move into the third stage of entromutation. This is once again going back to his entropic refraction. We will learn more about that later, but it is... entropic refraction is kind of the cause of a lot of this, and we'll learn more about that later. Cannot find the donate seats chocobo button. There should be a link in the stream description. Hey there, Yagi. Yeah, there should be a link in the stream description down below. It says support the channel here. I think the twitch.streamlabs.com/Nakate is where you want to go. Okay, so we are learning, and this is very important. And then I think the monitor here is something too. Prompt report of the accident on the 26th of September, and using some of the dates, we can actually put together kind of a timeline of what happened here. One of the items attempted to escape. During the apprehension, an accident occurred. As a result, 12 security bots were put out of service. The technical infrastructure of the facility was damaged, and the chief migration engineer was killed. Engineering service suspended. Production is expected to be delayed 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh, no, man.
Hurricane. Hey, thank you very much. Toon Angel. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much for the $20. Chocobo seeds. Engineering services suspended. Production is expected to be delayed for 2 to 3 weeks. Taking into account the Q4 increasing orders from big clients, output reduction is unacceptable. Regarding unacceptance of output reduction, I request permission to raise the risk level for delivery groups. Permission granted. So this is again part of the issue. There was an incident on the 26th of September that caused problems. Including...
Oh, man.
Hey, thank you very much, Drazvin, for $10. Oh. Hello, Naka. Hope life is treating you well. Lore. Delicious lore. So many hints of problems happening in this place. So, there was a problem on... There was an event that happened on the September 26th. This resulted in not only a significant amount of damage to the facility itself, but also the death of the chief migration engineer. Now, the chief migration engineer... How do I not have that? It's like right here somewhere. Or did I not write it down until much later? The chief migration engineer is Engineer Wolf. This is going to be important for later, and you kind of have to... Again, this is what I've done by reading through all these notes and just documenting everything and combining information, is that we know this guy's name is Wolf. So we'll see Wolf mentioned later on. That is the one who was killed during the 26th of September incident. This was a big deal. Due to the infrastructure at the facility being damaged, they can't work as quickly or easily, and they said they have to slow down production, which they then deemed to be unacceptable. So instead, they asked to increase the risk level for delivery groups. This means that the delivery group can go out and collect higher risk individuals for the process. This is a problem. And again, part of what led to the downfall of the entire facility. That was it for the lore around here, and I don't think I have anything else to block off as inaccessible. Or like I need to know what something is. Actually, there are 2 in here. Did I read either of these? Medical report based on Engineer Lawrence's psychiatric examination. Sporadic essential tremor of the first stage in the upper and lower limbs, accompanying disease, emotional exertion syndrome. To clarify recommendations, psych consult, psycho-emotional exertion limitation, adherence to daily work and rest regime. Also take some Prosium. So this is another one that's kind of important, but it's important on like almost a side plot kind of way. So Lawrence, Engineer Lawrence, is suffering from a tremors, almost. And he's taking medication for it. We will see the name Lawrence come up again later on. There's also a second one in... There it is. Regarding medical report of Engineer Strauss's... So this is going back to what we said before, where the psychiatrist suggested that Strauss be relieved from duty due to entropic mutation, or whatever. Regarding your medical report of Engineer Strauss' obsessive thoughts about one of the items, I have to respond to the following. We don't have any employees of the cerebral diagnostic competency equal to Strauss at the moment. He is irreplaceable. Solve the problem with medication. So Strauss is suffering from entropic refraction. And instead of giving him the rest he needed, they said, keep him working anyway. Entropic refraction is not something that can be resolved with medication, which means his symptoms just got worse and worse and worse. And I think that's it for here. I don't really have any other... I don't think I have anything else to mark off in here. We can kind of go everywhere. We've effectively completed this area. Oh, there is, back here. There is this vent back here. Oh, so I think I remember saying before that I don't think this door ever opens. It actually does open later on, but only in a very specific time. We'll probably check that out near the end of the game. So this room is... where are we?
Warning. Emergency power supply.
Secretary.
Shutdown imminent. Anchor restart required.
So let's mark this path on the map. So secretary is... I cannot read these labels. Okay, secretary is 6. So there is a path leading from here over to 6. And then over to here. And I think that's everything. So I think we're done in administration. So back to Habitat.
Warning. High entropy levels detected. All personnel evacuate immediately.
Okay, so we are in Habitat. Let me get my various things ready so I can know what we're dealing with in here.
Oh, no melon.
Hey, $20 from Platinum Venus. Thank you very much. It says Happy Friday. Oh, Happy Friday, Platinum Venus. Okay, so we need Habitat, Now, I think we are also more or less done in Habitat. So there's some lore for us, and it's mostly up here.
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical facilities.
That's an orange door, so we should mark that. That is a blue door. Then upstairs, that is unlocked. That is a kind of greenish door. I don't think it's like green. It's like... I don't know if it's aqua either. It's kind of a weird color. This one is green. So most of these rooms we can't actually go in. Which means we can't actually get, like, any of the lore here.
Warning. High entry level.
So we'll come back to that, I guess.
Now evacuate.
Unless there's something in here. It's either... There is one thing in here, but I don't remember if it's in this room or the room below this one. I feel like it's probably in the room below this one. So we can't really get any of the lore in here. Okay, so we did mark all of that. This should lead us here. Yes, it does. Nothing stopping us in here. This leads us to the bar. This leads us here where there's a vent. Where does this vent lead us? Not a mine around here? I could swear there was a mine around here. Okay, well, we can unlock this one. And we can pick up a new gun! It uses this ammo. What do you mean I can't reload it? There we go. The new gun is the SMG, and I think is the most useless weapon.
Warning. Emergency power supply.
I mean, we can use it to use up some ammo, I guess, but I'm not terribly fond of this weapon. A lot of pill bottles in here. I wonder if this is Lawrence's room. So if we are where I think we are... No, we are not. We're in the bottom room down here. I don't remember if this was the aqua door or the blue door. I want to say this was the blue lock door. Yeah, it was the blue lock door. When do we get the BFG? It'll be a minute, but don't worry, it's coming. Okay, this is the blue lock door, so there should be some lore in here. I do not know how much. There are 3 bits of lore, but it could either be in this room or in the room above it. To Security Chief M. Taggart. Oh, I wonder if this was Taggart then. So we would like to notify you that on the 14th of October, 30 kilometers south of Donkas, a search and rescue team found Worthington's delivery group crashed. The delivery group's remains and cargo were recovered from the site. The initial investigation suggests the flight stabilizers malfunction as a possible reason for the shuttle crash. A special commission was assembled at the initiative of the Ensign Coordinating Council. Sabotage is possible. In relation to Worthington's delivery group's death and research group chief Creighton's death preceding it, the rival company attack should be considered highly probable. The hazard level is recommended to be raised up to the 3rd. Shansky's delivery group has been placed under your command to replace Worthington's group. The dossier is attached. So this is some interesting information here. So Worthington was the prior delivery guy. He's the one who brought the ladies in. And his shuttle has been sabotaged. So somebody wanted to stop Worthington. Why? We're not sure. And then he was replaced by Shansky's delivery group. This happened on the 14th of October. Trying to get some dates together. Because this mentions Research Group Chief Creighton's death. Oh, Creighton is the one who died in his apartment, and we don't know why. He just died in his apartment. Okay, so we don't have anything to really relate the 14th of October to right now. But it is substantially after the September 26th event that was a big event. So this is like more than 2 weeks after the big event that this happened. Otherwise, we don't have a lot of dates to place next to that. Security chief. I think blue is security, so this may be security chief's room. Now, one thing I have not done that I kind of would like to do is to actually open up all the maps and figure out who is who. Because all of these guys, these are like the zombie guys, all of these zombie guys, or at least a lot of them, are named. And they are names that you will find in the lore. Okay, so we actually have very little information about Security Chief M. Taggart. But this is a blue room, which implies it's a security room. And this is an email to Security Chief Taggart. He kind of just headed the security stuff. People told him about security-related stuff and whatnot. You didn't get a lot of, like, overt action that he took. But I would 100% believe that this was Taggart. Okay, so let me mark... Yeah, because we are there. So I'm going to mark that on our map so we know where that passage was. Now, we went that way last time. So we can leave. There's not a lot in the way of lore left down here. A lot of it is in those private rooms. I think we have free reign on everything back here right now. You still hanging out back here? That's cool. Yeah, and then that just takes us out here. Takes us in here. Not really much there for us. Let's see, this takes you to the lockers. This takes you to the pool, which has been drained, but that's a pool. And which leads to a washroom and a security tunnel. That leads us back to one of the rooms. I think this is the farthest room over. Yes. So let's go ahead and mark that path on our map. Now this is the private area. As mentioned before, there's also crap in the way here. I'm going to mark this crap in the way here on the map. This is the private zone. And there are a couple of Haydee units, such as this one here, that do not have numbers on them. Popple's Rookie, aka Shadow Thief. Hey, thank you very much!
Warning.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Emergency power supply at 5%. Shutdown imminent.
So, because this is the private zone, and you'll see that there aren't numbers on either of the HD units that are over here, these are the various decommissioned units that have just been given ownership to the private zone. Which is to say, these units, who knows how long they've been here, who knows what their story is. You can't really find anything on them. So it's not a recent thing, so they've probably just been here in ownership of the private zone for some time. There are 2 notes that we can find in here. This one, yeah, so this is where Strauss cut 512's hair. Private zone administrator R. Maston complained about it. And then there's another one over here. As a result of an extended test, the item was decommissioned, designated under your authority. So this is, again, as we saw in the other note, once 512 was decommissioned, it was sent to the private zone. And I think that's all that's here. And I think we've done everything we can do in the habitat area right now. Oh, and I would like to point out as well, when we came in this room, one of these guys was up on stage. Now, everybody that's all of like the zombie looking guys used to be human. You will not see any of the HD units corrupted like that. What that tells me is, yeah, this is a strip club, but they had an actual person doing it. You know, who probably got a wage. Just want to put that out there. Okay, so I think that's about all we can do in Habitat for now. So we can go up to Security. Can we go up to Security?
Warning. Comms offline. Distress signal status denied.
We can go in here to Hangar, but we can't do anything in here. Hey there, guy. Just hanging around. Waiting to get in. I get you. Okay, so we can't get in this way. I mean, yeah, the company's bad, but at least they're not using their, like, mind-wiped living dolls for it. They got an actual person who probably gets paid actual money to do it. I don't think I can get in the other side of security either. Which is back in administration. It's just like an accountant or maintenance guy was like, yeah, I'll dance. You know, also very likely.
Due to insufficient power supply. Anchor restart required.
Nope, that's not where we're going. so this also leads to security. And we can't go in here. So we have to find a third way into security before we can go to security. Also, these are all mannequins, they're not actual HD units. These are also mannequins, they're not HD units. Okay, so if we can't go that way... we can try going to medical. And we can try going into engineering.
Warning. Emergency power supply.
Let's go see if there's anything we can do in medical.
Shut down equipment. Anchor restart required.
So we can potentially get to technical from here, but it is blocked off. Which is important because technical is going to be probably about the last area that we actually go to. So we've been through here, right? Yeah. So this is the only map in the game that's rotated 90 degrees. There are also shockingly few lore things in here. There are actually 2 of them in this room. You can see one on the table right there. We're not going to be able to read those notes for a very long time. So, from here, I think we can go down this way. There are 2 down here.
Power supply at 5%. Shut down.
Oh yeah, I remember you being in here.
Anchor restart required.
Oh crap, I had the pistol on. I just kind of started shooting willy-nilly. Because I thought I had the submachine gun on. So we can come in here and we can actually find 2 of these zombie guys in here. So who are these people? This is Ardorian. Ardorian is not a name we have heard yet, but we will hear more about him later. Why is it so hard to find these names? I feel like I always... Yeah, Ardorian. So we're not going to, or we're going to hear more about Ardorian later, but we can see here mostly just subject died to a fan blade. And if you recall where we got the crowbar, it was jammed in a fan, and the fan was broken due to it. That was his doing. We'll learn more about that later. But that's where that happened. And then the one over here, this is Strauss. This is the man himself. This is Strauss. Strauss was beaten to death. What led to that? We will learn about that later. But yeah, Strauss did, he sure had unending. Okay, we got a blue aqua key in here. Let me mark this. Is it this map? No. This map? No. This map? Yes. We may be able to open this door, actually.
Warning. Elevator offline due to insufficient power supply.
As long as we're in here, I should also start marking things up here. Yeah, this is walled off, so we can't go this way, so let's go ahead and get that marked. This is here. Oh boy, gift memberships. Thank you very much for the gift memberships. Yeah, so this is blocked off here.
Cordyceps!
And then going up this way, this door to engineering is blocked off.
Cordyceps!
And then going this way, both of these doors over here are blocked off. Actually, are these even doors? These are just passages. Door and a staircase on the other side, so that's all blocked off.
Cordyceps!
So I can't go anywhere with it. And then technical is blocked off too. So we can even block that off.
Medical facilities, second floor.
Alright, Celestial Warlock, you take care. And this is blocked off too. Okay. So that is all now marked appropriately. Now going down here, so that goes there. Yeah, that's where that is. So here we can go into quarantine. There's no lore in here. But we can find, next to the naked HD unit, the number... forgot about that. The number 527. So this is HD 527 that's in here. Actually, can you see that through me? Yes, you can. Okay. So this is HD. This is HD 527 in here. You can see over there. Most of the HD units that you see in this game are in the 5.3 and 5.4 range. So 5.27 is a much older model. Or I say model, it's an older... Where's my notes? That said, we will see what happened to 527. Well, we know what happened to 527. It's in quarantine. So who knows what happened to it? But it is being quarantined. And operated on. The rest of that one's group is 525 to 530, which we will actually find around here. Okay, so this takes us out on this side, so we have the staircase there. Have I been up these stairs? Yes. So, danger, gas leakage. Do not go in there, you will die very quickly. Yeah, our number is 512, so we're even older. We have been around. Okay, so we have that over there. We have pharmacy over here. Is there anything we can do going up? We can hit the left side of that. This goes to habitat and technical. It's just if we want to go back to habitat, it doesn't really do anything for us right now. Going to pharmacy. We need Aqua Key for that. So let me mark that. Lockers we can go in. Ooh, not. I didn't really have to kill him, but here we are. So you remember, what was his name? Was it Lawrence? Who's the guy who died of the fan blade? So brains in a machine. No, they're technically zombies. I have them replaced with, I replaced their model. And they're technically not zombies, by definition. They are actually still alive. It was our Dorian. So you remember our Dorian died to a fan blade? This is where that was. Because this is where we got the, crowbar from. This is the fan that he stopped. And this wall was actually breached by security trying to get to the guy. And, like, they attempted to come in, and he was already dead. So they blew up the wall, and he was already dead. So going down to conversion is blocked. That is here. And then this area is also blocked off by door. And we can go in the locker, but I think that's about all we can do from here. So go in the lockers, we'll work our way down here. Yeah, so up and to the left over here, this is also blocked off, so we can mark that. Virus or attempts at reanimation. It is not, though we do not yet know. More on that soon. Okay, so this is utility, going this way. Where am I? Okay, so we can't get into 15 yet. Oh, I put this in the wrong place. I put my marker in the wrong place. It's this corridor that's blocked off. That makes a little more sense. Okay, so that goes into utility, which is where we just came out of. This goes up this way, where we have storage here. There is a door here that is not marked on the map. How dare you? And then this path goes over to migration. Another staircase we have been up. This door looks fine to go in. Oh, this door leads to engineering. That's not where I expected that to go. Also go into migration, but this door is locked. Was there any other lore in here that I could have gotten? No. No, we cannot reach any of the other notes in medical. So here in engineering, I'm not going to go too far into engineering because there's really not a lot we can do in here right now. But this is 536. And this is 537. So 536 and 537. What do we know about 536 and 537? So between 536 and 537, what we know is not really a lot. They're in migration, but they're not... They had to be migrated a second time because the guy who did it the first time did it poorly. And I'd be willing to bet that this guy on the ground here is the guy who did it the first time poorly. This is probably Skinner. If I had to guess, this is probably Skinner, who is in charge of migration after Wolf died. There's some cool stuff over there, but we can't reach it right now. So I think that's about all we can do in medical.
Shutdown imminent. Anchor restart required.
So I think our next goal is indeed to get over to engineering. And I think that's where progression is going to be. Yeah, some names on the workstations would help. I think anything would help, but I think it's also not terribly important to know, like, this one enemy was this guy. But I think it's neat once you figure out all the clues, or not clues, like, once you have all the notes together, that you can kind of piece things together. And I think that's neat. Like, they don't tell you, but you can kind of piece it together. Okay, so we need to get to... Okay, that's there. Okay, I got to turn around. I don't want to turn around. So I think progression for us right now is in engineering. Which, this is also engineering, which we cannot go to. If we want to get to engineering, we've got to go the long way.
Warning. Anchor offline. Emergency power supply engaged.
Hey there, Kerr and I. so it's not there that we get into engineering. It's here. No, it's not. Right, I need to go through that gate, but I can't. Gotta go this way. Actually, let's save and clear our very limited inventory. Don't need you, don't need you. I have some ammo for that. I have barely any ammo for this. I almost don't want to bring this with me.
Warning. High entropy levels detected. All personnel evacuate immediately.
This is not where I wanted to go. You mean I could have just come this way up from medical instead of going around the long way? God dang it. Okay, so this is where we need to go. This is progression. We're going into engineering. If you ever see a slashy with a green eye, don't worry about it. It'll freak you out. Don't worry about it. Can I tick you off? Oh man, I do not like the SMG.
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical facilities, second floor.
Display models? Yeah, these are just display models. Okay, so we came in here, right? Yes. So we can go... Where's our map for this area? There it is. Alright, so we're on the T. So we can go up to the 7, or we can go down here. Wah! That's why I saved.
Warning. Anchor offline. Emergency power supply.
That's medical. Saving often saves time. I even have a whole, like, 3 more bullets than last time. Cool! You gonna highlight it or not? Okay. Okay, so as long as we're here, let's go ahead and check out robotics. Is there anything cool in robotics? I do not think so. There may just be a guy in here. Yeah, there's a guy in here. Please die. I'm out of ammo.
Warning. Anchor offline. Emergency power supply engaged. Warning.
Okay, so I'm gonna use what ammo I have.
Insufficient
No,
power.
I am going this way.
Anchor restart required.
I'm gonna use what ammo I have on the 2 guys in the room. Then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna ditch the SMG. And we're just gonna use the pistol. Okay, we're good. Let's get out. You go away. I don't have ammo for you anyway. I should have saved. Might as well. I'm right here.
Warning. Comms offline. Distress signal status denied.
Yeah, mine is still there. Gotta remember that too. Okay, let's go take this guy out. So if you want a little body horror, this is where slashies are made. You know, just the headless, armless torsos. Heads and arms being replaced by cameras and scythes. So, slashies are made from failed Haydee units. If a Haydee unit cannot, or I think it's just a mental thing, like if a Haydee unit's mind can't be appropriately altered, they get sent over here to robotics where they're made into slashies. There is another kind of model that we will see later. I don't think we ever actually fight them. But another model we will see later called an Opperbot. But I do not think they make Opperbots in this facility. Okay, so we can also go this way. We have 2 options. Oh, I never looked down here. I'm not going to go down here. We're not supposed to go down here yet. And the only reason I could even consider going down here is because I have a flashlight. But this is technical. Technical is going to be one of the last areas that we properly explore. And it is dark.
Warning. Elevator offline due to insufficient power supply. Anchor restart required.
Like, with a flashlight, I can kinda get by. But the lights in this room are also some of the best lights in this area. So yeah, we're just not going to come down here for now. So we have two other options. Let's just start looking around, I guess. Woo!
Warning. Facility is under attack. Security Chief Taggart is in command.
So this is going to be one way. We go through here, we trigger these red lines, and that door is going to close behind us. We cannot get into Motorix. And I was really expecting a slash hit drop down behind me. Okay, looks like we have to go through the one-way door because this is closed. In progress slashing.
Warning. High entropy levels detected. All personnel evacuate immediately.
Yeah, close the gate so we cannot get back. Somebody mentioned a weird duplication thing going on with the head. I'm not sure what you mean. There is this little black circle thing on top of the head. I put that there so I know where the hitbox for the head is, because I don't know how to change the hitbox for the head.
Warning. Emergency power supply at 5%. Shutdown imminent. Anchor restart required.
Don't mind me, just a little scared. Over his head. Under his head. Don't mind me just wasting like 5 bullets on a guy that should take 3. Save room! A little more body horror for everybody. Haven't really picked up anything, so I'm just gonna save. Oh, save is over here. Okay, so that's locked. We cannot go in there.
Warning. Elevator offline due to insufficient power supply. Anchor restart required.
So we can go into Motorix. And we can go into whatever this is. Where actually am I? Okay, so Motorix should be... Yeah, I think I know where I am. Okay, so A, we want to hit this button, which opens the door to migration. Now with migration opened, we now have an easy way to get into medical. We're going to be going through this room a lot. So down there is where we came from. Projection, we can't get in. Motorix. Let's go ahead and... You know, I'm not even going to kill that guy. It's going to be easier to kill him later. Oh, that guy knows I'm here. How you doing?
Facility is under attack. Security Chief Taggart is in command.
Aggression level 1. Hey, remember this room? We were up top in here before. We couldn't get in here before. Or, to get in here, we had to open the door on the other side, though, but opening that door closed this one. But since we just opened up that path over in Migration, we can now go up there and open this gate, and then go through Migration to get in here, and there's an orange key card over there somewhere. Just a lot of slashies in storage. We were up here before, too. We came up here. This is... Yeah, this is the end of the long room here, so we can go this way.
Warning. High entropy levels detected. All personnel evacuate immediately.
We've been through this room before, but I'm kind of terrified of this area. Okay, so we've not been through here. Can't do anything with that. Quality. Quality assurance.
Warning. Emergency power supply at 5%. Shutdown imminent. Anchor restart required.
I actually kind of like this room. Because once you follow the actual, like, production of the HD units, and figure out where they're moving and why and how and whatnot. Quality, of course, is going to be in one of the very last rooms they go in, and this is probably after they go through projection. Projection is the actual brainwashing. So, after that, they then bring him in here, where they gotta, like, just sit him down and, like, grill him, ask him questions, and make sure that they are mentally where they are supposed to be. Ooh, great. What do you do?
Warning. Comms offline.
Yes,
Distress
you.
signal status denied.
Oh, hey, we made it to the other side in migration. So now we can grab that. I shouldn't have taken 3 shots, but I'm not sure that first one hit right because I hit this thing and I couldn't get over all the way. Okay, so I don't think we can do much more in this direction for now.
Warning. High entry level.
So let's go save again.
All personnel evacuated.
I can also store you away. And store you away. Okay, so the plan now is we need to get into... Okay, here we are. We're in engineering. We need to get into aggression, which is 8. But we need to lower that gate in order to do it. So we've got to kind of just get out of here. And we're going to do that by... It's the store. That was aggression. So we need to come up and hit this button. That opens the door to aggression. It closes this, though, so we gotta go back the long way now.
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical facilities. Second floor.
Jeez! Don't do that to me! Okay, yeah, we do need to get back into medical. and into migration. And now that we're in migration, we just need to, or now that we're back in engineering, we just have to get back to aggression. This is why I don't trust this place. Friggin' slashers everywhere.
Emergency power supply at 5%.
They're free.
Anchor restart required.
They have been let loose. Well, for the time being, let's go in aggression. And grab that orange key card. I'm gonna save again. There's a save point right here. I'm gonna save all day. Now I can run off and go get killed. Okay, so we came through here. We need to go to... What's in projection for us? Guy. Or two. Okay, that hurt a little. I probably should have gone... You know, I just saved. Let's go handle that a little better.
Warning. Comms offline. Distress signal status denied.
Easy. So like I said, projection. This is where the actual brainwashing takes place. And we can see in here there is 532, 533, 531, and 539 all in here. But we see the label for 539, but we don't see 539. What happened to 539? Answers we may get later. Where's the safest place to go?
Warning. High entropy levels detected. All personnel evacuate immediately.
Saving, that's the safest place to go. It's in the name. Okay, now we needed to use... We got a button. We need to use that button. We need to use that button right here. lobby. Where does this take me? Oh, it takes us back to medical. Oh, and we have to go through medical now because this closed behind us. Oh, this closed behind us, but it's now open on the other side.
Warning. Elevator offline due to insufficient power supply. Anchor restart required.
So now we got to work our way back around to engineering again. What's like the best way to do this? I think it's this way. Let's just go through migration. All right. This is our real prize. This is a... Ooh, and ammo. Also important. This is our main prize and progression item. This is our clicker. This is our Wi-Fi remote. We hit this button and it triggers those from a distance. Which means I can hit it right here, and it'll close that off, but open that door, so we can go down there now. And I immediately expect to be jumped. Okay, as long as I'm here... This is number 530. Ooh, inventory expansion. We get more inventory space.
All personnel evacuate immediately.
Guy down here just chilling. So this is packing. This is the end of the line. The HD units have been fulfilled, and they get brought here, packed into their containers, and shipped out. And you can see here, this is 529, 526, and 527. All here, ready to go. And 530, who's probably going to be packed up next. I'll look at lore later. Let's clear the area out first. And then I'll go back and track down all the lore bits.
Warning.
Yeah, I knew something was coming, dang it.
Shut down unit. Anchor restart required.
Those mannequin heads are not as bad as they look. I feel the sensor makes it look worse than they are. But you remember that room we were up top on when we got the clicker? And I said, like, hey, we got the clicker, we can do something in here. We hit the clicker, and that opened this door and let us in here. It closed this and opened that so we can get in here. Now we can hit the clicker again. Which lets us in here. Now we could take this and get us a little Wi-Fi receiver, but it's not actually going to help us. What we do want, though, is to hit this button. Because hitting that button opens the gate up top. Now I gotta hit that again so we can leave. And now we gotta go back around up top. What was the top?
Warning. Comms offline.
One here.
Distress signal status denied.
Had to have been around here. Yeah, there we go. That opens up this closet. Which I keep thinking there's a mine in, but I don't actually think there is. And in here we get this. What is that, you may ask? Ah! I should have seen that coming. I really should have seen that coming. What is this, you may ask? Well, there's actually an example of it right here. It's the lever to one of these jacks. So there's a jack somewhere that we can use that with.
Warning. Emergency power supply at 5%. Shut down unit. Anchor restart required.
So let's go save again. Because it's been a minute. I don't remember if there are any orange locks in here, but I think at this point we're mostly done in engineering. The Haydee games are very well known for their modability. And I have modded this to heck and back. The Mallow mod is very good. This is actually a custom Mallow mod, though. I've modified the one that's publicly available. And these bots are also a custom mod of my own. I made them from the ground up.
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical facilities. Second floor.
What did I change about Mallow? I made her significantly less thick. If that says anything. Yeah, it's been modded. It's been modded pretty heavily, but mostly just with aesthetic things. I've changed the main character's model to be Mallow. I've changed the generic zombie-looking enemies to be these cool robot guys, because I think they look better. And then there's a lot of stuff like the vending machines had some pin-ups on them. The magazines had pin-ups on them. The posters around had pin-ups on them. I had all of that removed. And replaced with something a little more appropriate. Like these. The gun does not naturally come with a flashlight. I've got that modded in too. Because there's just some corners in this place that get real dark and you can't see crap, and I would like to have a flashlight.
Warning. Emergency power
I can't think of much else that's been overtly modded.
Anchor restart required.
Inventory management is a crapshoot. So one thing that I do is ammo stacks infinitely. Otherwise, I think it only stacks up to like 20. So I'd have like 5 or 6 of these and I'd be carrying around like this tiny little thing of ammo. So like, no, just stack all of them. Oh, minimap is also not. Minimap is also a mod. It'd be nice if it actually changed where you are or showed where you are on the minimap, but no, it's literally just an image that displays, and you can toggle between the images. And the minimap is... the image in the minimap is literally just this image. Which is in the base game. This is normal. That's supposed to be there. Okay, so that's quality. Lobby is that way.
Emergency power supply at 5%. Shutdown imminent. Anchor restart required.
So, A, let's start looking at lore, because I think we're mostly done in engineering. There's lore in here, there is. At the period of my shift on the 3rd of October, the TBY wig disappeared. I deny my guilt, as at that moment I was in the restroom, whereas the entry to the room was open. I'm not going to make amends, so I request investigation. This has nothing to do with anything. It's just a dump note. Somebody stole the wig. Let's see here. So we can go in there. Utility, we're done over in utility. Don't have to worry about that. This is now barred off, so let me mark that on the map. Where is the map? Here it is. That is barred off right there. Quality, I don't think there's anything in quality for us.
Warning. Anchor offline. Emergency power supply engaged.
Yeah, there's no lore or anything in here. Okay, so quality done, and we're gonna go down this way. So there's migration. There's 2 notes in migration. Acting migration engineer, repeat migration for items 536, 537. Acting migration engineer, Skinner. So Skinner is replacing Wolf, because Wolf got crushed. And he's not as familiar with migration, so has to repeat migration for things, 536, 537, that he had migrated once already. Another note over here. As a result of Engineer Wolf's death and me not having any experience with the migration equipment settings, a number of errors were made, so the operation on a number of items was carried out incorrectly. Please take my inexperience into account and give me some more time to set the equipment. So he's fighting and not winning. Let's see here. Head back over here to Motorix. We gotta go through Motorix because we gotta get in the other side of this. There should be some lore in here somewhere too. There it is. Okay, that's just... It's not an important note. It's just somebody being unpleasant. Okay, so from here we go... down here, I think? No, that's over there. We need to go back and go this way. Except I don't think we can go this way, yeah, because this is closed off. So we can't go. We gotta go around the long way. Yeah, we looked through all of that. There's no lore anywhere else. So we've been through there. That's closed off. We can go through all of that. So that's just the save room. Not too worried about that. We can go through everything down there, so we don't have to worry about that. That's aggression, which we've done everything in, so we don't need to worry about that. This way is open, so we can go here. And this leads us back into the main room here.
Emergency power supply at 5%.
The doors are all open. This one is also open. There's nothing in there for us. So we don't really need anything in this room. So we can go this way. This door is locked, so we can use the orange key on this. What room is this? Injection. I'm not actually sure what injection is. What does this station do? I have no idea what this means. I don't think there's anything else in here. There's just a weird lore that I don't know what means. See, and look, I mentioned before, these things are diagnostic tools.
Warning. Comms offline. Distress signal status denied.
Okay, so we went through here, so we're going... Oh, we can't get into Motorix that way. Oh, hi. How are you? Hello. Unfortunately, I've got to get to Motorix from the other side. That's not Motorix. Motorix is right here. No, that's projection. No, this isn't it. It's quality. It's migration. So we're down there. So it should be be... Oh, there's motorix.
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected.
So now that I have the clicker,
Facilities.
I can actually activate this Wi-Fi receiver and go... And doing that will open the far door, so we can come into the room. Also, that's a glass, so I'm just gonna kill this guy. So that locks that door, but opens that one. So we can go through there now. So now I just have to go through the whole loop again. To get to motorix from the other side. Now we can come in here. And we can hit the clicker again to open this door. Missed bullet. The bolt cutters. Now we're in business. The bolt cutters let us open these manual override boxes. You can see the lock on the side. Now we can remove the lock and open them. Which lets us pull the manual override, which resets the lasers, so we can walk through the lasers now. So we gained a number of goodies in here. But the bolt cutters are going to be one of the bigger ones for just getting around. And now that we have the bolt cutters, I'm expecting slashies to spawn literally everywhere. Because I don't trust this area. I don't think there's anywhere else we need the orange key.
Warning. High entropy levels detected. All personnel evacuate immediately.
There are... Oh, no, we do still need the orange key. There are, in fact, 4 orange locked doors that I can immediately see. Oh, and there's even one back in Habitat, too. We can open one of those doors now. Maybe we'll open 2 of those doors. Because I didn't bother bringing a key that I already have there. So, we've been in those, right? Did I open all 3 of those? I'm sure we did, because we walked through that whole area. Okay, any more lore that we need to pick up? We looked at that one, we looked at that one, we looked at those, looked at that one. Have we been in room 5? We've been in projection. I don't think we've been in projection since I started looking at stuff, though. Lore. So I think there's some lore in projection for us.
Warning.
So we are right there. It should just be up here on the right. Yeah. So there should be 2 lores in here. There's 1. Please install the spare button that the technicians brought at my request. Guess what we had to do in order to get through this? I didn't read the lore, but I think the spare button was sitting, like, right here. And there's another one over here. All of Skinner's items have learning defects. According to the Martin Tsunoyoshi test, they're no higher than 10. None of them can be injected. It's necessary to repeat the migration. Please take appropriate measures as we have a shutdown. So this is, like I said, Skinner is replacing Wolf. Skinner is much less experienced with the migration process. So they've had to send them back and have them migrated again before they can actually do any work here in injection and projection. Okay, I think that's all the lore, and I think we are done in engineering. So, where we are going from here, we need to go back upstairs. There are a few locks that we need to open.
Warning. Facility is under attack. Security Chief Haggard is in command.
Ah, but that door's locked. Where was the stairs? Oh, I can just go back to migration and get to it that way. Ah, we're back up top. And we're back up top with the orange key, which lets us in here. I should have just let him blow himself up.
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical facilities. Second floor.
Anything else in here? This is actually decent design, I think. This is the lockpick, and they put it right on top of this locked case that you can use it on. And we get something. So now all of these cases we can now open. Not seeing any pickups in here. There is a little bit of lore in this room. Yeah, so there's 2 in here. Oh, there it is. So Lawrence, if you remember Lawrence, he has desecrated one of the HD units, 535. Lawrence was the one with the tremors, and he was on medication then for the tremors. Good job, Lawrence. Migration has been successfully completed for 535, 536, 3739. Items are sent to projection. This is from Skinner. Okay, so that's just detailing the process on those 4. And then there's one more note out here somewhere, I think. Yeah, it's like over here. Is it over here? Yeah, it's like over here. Oh, is it up here? Yeah, there it is. There we are. And 512 was connected to the diagnostic system in stasis mode and is waiting for further transportation as you requested. So they were getting ready to send, like, 512, us, has been connected to the diagnostic system in stasis mode. This is where we started the game, where we were waiting to be transported somewhere. So obviously something happened before we could do that. Now we can also come down here and get our gun ready, because something's probably going to be around this friggin' corner. And we can open this with the bolt cutters and open it and manual override, and now we can just walk through here. We can just walk through. We don't have to go through the crawl space to run around anymore. Okay, so there's another orange key and maybe even another one in Habitat. What do I have on my... I can get rid of. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Free up a little bit of space. So we need orange for reasons. I'm gonna store this too. I'll grab it back when I can do something with it. Which I want to say is in security. Which, we still haven't found the entrance to security, or at least how we're going to be getting into security. Okay, so we need to go back to Habitat.
Warning. Power offline. Distress signal status denied.
If we come up here, there is a case to unlock with ammo for a weapon we do not have. That's not Habitat. Okay, so I can store that away, and I'm going to grab this key while we're at it. And actually, was there any other keys we needed in that room? Green. I got green. Got green right here.
Warning.
Okay, locked doors. We have orange now. Orange, open.
Second floor.
Cool item. Lore. 2 engineering chief, report of HD 512, item diagnostic research. So this is from Strauss. Yeah, and this is where Strauss is talking about the Martin Tsunayoshi exam, which is effectively saying that, like, it's fine, and him going, that is a bad test. I hate that these guys use this test and no other tests. And I have discovered the second cognitive loop. So, like, this is the actual note that Strauss sent out saying, hey, there's stuff.
Comms offline. Distress signal status.
I wonder if this is Strauss's room. It is an engineering room. Maybe this is Strauss's room. Dog. I have a full inventory. Okay, this is habitat. Whoops, nope, give me that back. Okay, now upstairs, that is unlocked. That is locked. That is locked. Can I unlock this? I can. I'm always wary there's going to be a mine around a corner. So there's lore in here. There's 2 lore in here.
Warning. Emergency power supply at 5%. Shut down unit. Anchor restart.
And so this is to connect the dots where the one person said, hey, we can't do anything more with HD 512 with our current equipment. And now Hurricane is saying, well, if we can't, then prepare 512 for transportation to headquarters where they can be examined more closely. Which then why we were where we were, because we were being prepared for transportation to headquarters. Also lore here. K. Davia. (21), 165 centimeters, 63 kilograms. Donkas, industrial area. No occupation, so they're unemployed. Family, orphan. Compatibility assessment. Portrait -2. Anthropometry -3. Defects none. Total score 95. So K. Davia scored very well on compatibility. Risk estimate. Close relatives, none. Social circle, none. Work, unemployed. Media, none. This lady does not exist. She doesn't have a job. She doesn't have friends.
Warning. Facility is under attack.
Additional features, lives in a densely populated area. Living in a densely populated area means it is less likely to be noticed if she goes missing. Total score 30, risk level low. Delivered August 28th. Production launching August 29th as HD 512. This is us. End of operational cycle on September 2nd. So, operational cycle is the appearance adjustments. Like the physical adjustments. So we now look like we are, like they want us to look. Migration on September 4th. This is where we're now moving over to engineering to have what work needs done over there. Learning defect was diagnosed on September 9th. This is when we're having trouble learning or being taught, being programmed, I guess you could say. Specifically because as the one guy found out, we have a second cognitive loop developing. And we were then, because of this, we were decommissioned and transferred to the private zone on September 16th. And this is where sometime, I think it's Strauss that discovered the learning defect, and as he was examining it, 512 was just ordered to be decommissioned and sent to the private zone. Strauss wasn't finished, though, so he continued going to the private zone to visit 512 in order to continue his examination. But hey, we found us. That's cool. It's the last door we haven't been in. And more inventory! Is there any lore in this room? There's like 3 lore in here, but I think we got 1 down below, so there may only be 2 in here.
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical facilities, 2nd floor.
Ah, there's 1. Liquid nitrogen, as you requested. You weren't there, but we brought the keg. Oh! This poor guy. This is, This is Creighton. This is Creighton, the guy who died in his apartment. Face down in his bowl of cereal. In his bowl of G-balls. And then there's another note hidden very well down here. Bring to your attention that the last inventory control revealed a deficiency of C-class pills. These pills are on the prescription list and can be illegally distributed throughout the facility. Please initiate an official investigation. So there's also, now we see, pills going missing from the pharmacy. This will be important for later. Kind of. I don't think there was anything in there other than that. Yeah, so I think we've gotten everything we can get there. Okay, cool beans. Let's go back and dump all our stuff. Okay, so we're gonna do with this. We can open this. And get ammo. Down here.
Anchor restart required.
What is this? This one is clip size, I think? This one is recoil. One of these is clip size. And I forget what the other one is. Probably put all of these away. This is SMG ammo, which I'm probably not going to use. I don't think I need the orange key anymore. Okay, our next goal is to break into security. And I left something over in engineering that I gotta go get. I don't need these anymore, though, so I can just take these out and put them right over here. You can also just toss stuff on the ground if you want. The forceps are actually important for a...
High entropy levels detected. All personnel evacuate immediately.
The forceps are important for an achievement. And I'm debating using this on the pistol. But I forget what it is. One of these is mag size. There's damage, recoil, mag size. What is the other one? Oh, it's reload speed. Or not like reload speed, but time between shots. Anyway, I'm gonna put one of these on you. Okay, that was mag size, I think.
High entropy levels detected.
No, I think that was time between shots. Well, whatever. I'm saving one of each of these to use on another weapon later. But any spares that I get, I'm using on the pistol. Except the damage upgrade, which I used on the pistol. We will find another damage upgrade, which I will also save for the other weapon. So at this point, we could scour the place for ammo with our lockpick. So, what keys do we need and where? I think we're done in administrative. I think we're done in habitat now. Because we actually got all the stuff up top. We have all the keys for that now. So I think administrative and habitat are done. Engineering, I forgot to grab the Wi-Fi receiver. But otherwise, I think we're done in receiving. Or not receiving, engineering. Medical.
Emergency power supply.
We actually have a key for medical. I think. Do we have that key for medical? Yeah, we have a key. We have a key we can use in medical. So we've got some cleanup to do in medical. And we have to grab the Wi-Fi receiver from engineering. So we're going to be in the area anyway. Yeah, we're not getting over there just yet. But we can at least get that. There's not a lot else we can do in medical. Yeah, so there's like 3 things we want to grab. And then I think we're going to security. I think that's like the only place left for us otherwise. And that's how we get in security.
Warning. Comms offline. Distress signal status denied.
Is that? That's there. Have I just been forgetting about that room? Well, let's grab this. We need that. There's just like a room I think I keep forgetting in Habitat that'll let us get into security. Okay, we're getting back into medical. So we are... What are we looking for? Oh, we need to go into pharmacy, which is here. And we're using this key card to do it. That'll get us that note. Or not note. That'll get us that little tube. And yeah, there is one here. So this is interesting because it's like kind of a puzzle, but it's not, because you don't have to think this through. But I think it's kind of neat that they give you kind of rationale for why this will work. So, S in red, Gen in purple, yellow. So what we just picked up is this blue one, which is thriol. That'll be important for later. Was there not another, or was it on the other side? I think it was on the other side. Yeah. It was over in the morgue. That's not right. Green tube. I don't think there's any lore in here. No, there's not. So we got a blue tube and a green tube. And now we have to go to engineering.
Comms offline. Distress signal status denied.
Because I forgot to grab something. And Motorix. I need to grab you. Okay, I kind of know where I am, but not. Okay, migration. That's where we're going. Okay, don't need that. Not gonna need these for a hot minute. This we're going to need once we get to security. In the meantime, we are heading back to Habitat.
Warning. Anchor offline. Emergency power supply engaged.
Probably a faster way to get here. But I'm I'm going by the routes I know. Yeah, this door. I always forget this door exists. So we can't go down. Where do you go? Oh. Can't go up either. I always forget about this place. You, like, go through here once and then never again. Oh, I didn't bring the crowbar. God dang it.
Warning, anchor offline. Emergency power supply engaged.
Wonderful. Okay, crowbar. In the maintenance tunnels. We're here in the maintenance tunnels, where we get to be maintained.
Warning, anchor offline. Emergency power supply engaged.
I'm stuck. Okay, I'm free. I don't particularly see anything else up here. Am I missing anything up here? No. Well, we've gone through 2 broken walls. But we've made our way to security. We just came out the toilet.
Warning, facility is under attack. Security Chief Taggart is in command.
Okay, nothing's exploding. No mines. Nobody else is spawning. Hey, remember this guy from the other side of the checkpoint? I do. I kept walking by, never bothering with him. And now we can open the checkpoint and pass through. And this takes us back to the main lobby entrance, so this is like... This is going to be our main entrance to getting into security now.
Warning. High entry levels detected. All personnel evacuated.
And then utility here is our save point. Store that away, store that away. I don't need a lot of these items that I have on me. I don't think I need the crowbar anymore. I'm gonna want the clicker, I'm gonna want that, I'm gonna want this because I got boxes to open. I think I need this in a couple places. Okay, let's look around the immediate area. Barracks. Does the chest inventory scroll? No. So there are 2 enemies in here, and I'm not confident you have to kill either one of them.
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical facilities. 2nd floor.
You may be able to not kill this guy. No, you gotta kill him because that's there. If you want in that case, you're gonna have to kill him. And I'm worried that fighting him is gonna wake this guy up. Yeah, he did wake up. Yay, ammo for the SMG. Okay, so toilet is where we came from. We don't really need that. Stairs. So 2nd floor of security. Okay, there's very little we can do about the 2nd floor of security. This door we can go in. Locked case. I know there's at least one enemy in here, and I'm worried that it's a slasher. No, it's not. Okay, I think we're good in here. Ammo for a weapon we don't have. Ammo for a weapon we're not going to use.
Warning, anchor offline.
And then you can come out here and you can see, oh, that is a fancy looking helicopter. That may just be our ticket out of here. So going through these red lines will close the far door and open these side doors. Both of which contain a slasher. Oh, and while I'm here, we can also unlock you, which lets us reset that.
Warning, high entropy levels detected. All personnel evacuate immediately.
I want to save because I have died doing this more times than I can count. Crap. You know, that probably went as well as anything else I was going to try. Let's just call that a victory and move on. I was gonna drop a mine down, that was the plan. I just triggered the door by accident. That'll be important for later. More slashers. Another thing we gotta trigger. Thankfully, this does not release the slashers, but it does lock this door and this door. So if we ever want to go in them, that's gonna be problems. What the heck? I shot you like 4 times. Well, that only used every bullet I had, thanks. Anything cool down here? There are 3 dead bodies in this room. That's pretty cool, I guess. That I certainly did not kill myself. Okay, so there you may recall another entrance to security that we came through that we were immediately met by a grate. Like a grate wall. That is that over there. So now we can do that to open it. So now you can come through there, but you can't get through here. And this is a toggle switch, not a button, so we can't use our Wi-Fi receiver. However, there is a grate right there. A ventilation shaft right there. So if we get in on that side, we can go through there. Interrogation. I don't know how to open it. Oh, it's probably another part of this. Need a blue key. Workshop. Tension. Ah, there's our lift. So we just gotta go get the steak. Never realized it. There's Strauss's colleagues. Oh my goodness. So you may remember Strauss was put in prison. We don't know exactly why, but he was put in a prison cell. During my last shift, Engineer Strauss's colleagues visited him to solve some work issues. In the course of the visit, there was a struggle during which the accused was inflicted injuries incompatible with life. He passed away before the arrival of the emergency. I consider myself innocent, as in a condition of a high hazard level, I couldn't keep an eye on the cell, so I completely trusted the staff. There are 2 cells. Strauss was in one of them, and the dude at this desk said, I couldn't be bothered to... I was busy. I couldn't watch what was going on in that cell, so I trusted the people that visited him. Who beat him to death. So the people that showed up, the work colleagues, wanted him dead and beat him to death. And our man here just kind of let it happen. That'll open that'll open the cells, I think. What does this do? No. Do anything else? Just as that, so you can't get in here? Oh, the only one it locks is that one. Interesting. A lot of slashies in here being worked on. This is security, though. So these are the actual security droids. Oh, so, Worthington was the first delivery guy. Remember, his shuttle was sabotaged. So after it was sabotaged, security chief here is saying, hey, can we increase our security around the place? Why do I have to aim above their heads? Because this is it's a model replacement of the original enemies. The original enemies were notably taller than these guys. There's nothing I could do to adjust the height of these guys to fit it correctly, or it would ruin the rest of the model. So that means if you want to get a headshot on them, you actually have to kind of shoot over their head. I put this little black ring here, floating above their head, so you can at least see where the top of the hitbox is. Hi. Nobody behind me.
Warning. Facility is under attack. Security Chief Taggart is in command.
Anything cool over here? Blue goo. Open that up for later. Surveillance. Nope, not that one. That one. Ammo for a weapon I don't have. A little lore back here for me. No lore. We're gonna want to remember where this is, though, so we can come back to it later. Oh, the good old shooting range. And in the shooting range is the blue key, which we cannot pick up because we have a full inventory. Please kill it before I get hit. I have no health. through the gym.
Warning. Elevator offline due to insufficient power supply. Anchor restart required.
Hey, buddy. Not dealing with you if I don't have to. Blue key here will let us into Arsenal, which would be very nice. Oh, I have no health. Save point is on the other side of the gym, and I guarantee there's a couple enemies in here. I can only hope I don't get jumped from behind, though. If it's an enemy in front of me, I can deal with that. A mine! Son of a gun!
Warning. Emergency power supply at 5%. Shutdown imminent. Anchor restart required.
Why did I swap the big head guys? I don't like... Whoa, what? I don't like the model of the original guys. I just don't. I think they're gross. I don't want to look at them. I don't want to fight them. I don't want to deal with them. That and Haydee 2 changed a lot of the aesthetic since Haydee 1, and I really loved the aesthetic of Haydee 1. So bringing these robots back, I feel, adds at least a little bit of that Haydee 1 aesthetic that I'm missing. That's where I came from. Okay, we got detention in here. I can put that on. Let's do that. Then we gotta go through the workshop. Cool in here, more red paint.
Facility is under attack. Security Chief Taggart is in command.
Come on, hit it! God dang it! Those slashes get the jump on you, and they can just about take you down. Do you same as the plays the same HD model between the games? No. Which I also don't like. But then I'm playing as a custom model, so it doesn't bother me as much. But hey, the character in the first game, Robot Head. Robot Head good. Very strong character design is lady with some kind of object for head. Oh, but since I came through here, I can't go back. And in Haydee 2, you play as effectively the same character, just without a robot head, and I think that is a very big missed opportunity. Okay, so I do have to go through here. Does Wolf Skull count as object head? To a degree. It's not like 100% object head, but it's certainly there. It's certainly there. Heck, I'm out of ammo. Out of ammo? I'm out of ammo? What? I got 71 bullets. There is no heckin' way.
Emergency power supply engaged.
Oh, right. Forgot about you. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I probably forgot to reload, but I was hitting reload while getting beat up. And it wasn't doing anything. Like, not even starting the animation. Huh. Like, I was getting beat up at that point. I didn't think I was going to have time to reload and attack, so I kind of figured I was dead anyway. It just felt weird to me that it wasn't even, like, attempting to play the animation. I know you're down there. Models are certainly very. Another reason that I'm playing with mods, and it's very nice that the game is so heavily moddable. I once again have a full inventory. I think I used the heal last time, and that's where I actually got that inventory slot. So we're gonna have to come back for that blue key once I have inventory. Now this is the first time we've seen these, but you can see all of these robots here, and even one dead outside. And then here, this looks a lot closer to our Haydee from Haydee 1.
Under attack. Security Chief Taggart is in command.
As opposed to the slashers that we've seen up until now, this is an Opper bot. Which I suppose you could describe as like one of the security bots, but like way better. You know, intelligence of sorts. Okay, now let's keep our eye out for the friggin' mine. Any more around here? Okay, so we gotta reset that. And then we can get in here and save.
Warning.
Clear out some
Elevator
inventory space
offline.
first.
Insufficient power supply. Anchor restart required.
Okay, now I just gotta go get that blue key again, and thankfully we don't have to, like, kill everything in order to do that. We can just kind of run there. Blue key acquired. Now that blue key is going to let us... Was it an arsenal? No, that's just the shooting range. All right, can't go into detention. We need the leg.
Shut down unit. Anchor restart required.
He's being interrogated. Well, I'm gonna unlock the door so I can go in there and interrogate him personally. What do I have here? Lawrence's interrogation. So Lawrence, you may recall, is the one who had tremors, was taking medication for tremors, and vandalized a Haydee bot. So, during the apprehension of Lawrence for, doing these things, they found a large quantity of drugs presumably missing from the medical storage at Lawrence's workplace. In the course of the interrogation, Engineer Lawrence pointed to Dr. Dorian as the one who had sold him the medication. It's necessary to apprehend Dorian for questioning. So, Dorian sold Lawrence a bunch of medication. Drugs. Which I can almost assume is also why then Lawrence both had the tremors, was these drugs he was on, and potentially also why he ended up desecrating the HD bot. So Dorian is the one responsible for that. Now, Dorian, you may recall, is the one who died to the fan blade by cramming the crowbar in it and not stopping it appropriately. Inventory. We now have a full inventory, 16 slots. So, workshop, detention. We can't do anything in detention. I gotta remember to grab the thing. So we have to go over here, we have to go through here, because we have to go in person, because we have the blue key, so we can go in here. Now there are a couple mines in here, but all the mines, at least I think, are disabled and just free to take. Nope, not that one. Cool. Any lore in here? Now we've vacuumed up a bunch of ammunition. No ammo, but this store is still closed. And there is a fancy weapon in there that I would very much enjoy. So we can't really go that way. We do have the blue key, so we can come in here to utility and drop off some of this stuff. Now back in the main room, what is there that we can do from here? Nothing we can do going upstairs. Oh, I know what we have to do. Now that this is reset, those doors are unlocked. So we can't trigger those, which means we have to go around to the entire other side. Gotta go around the long way.
Warning. Emergency power supply at 5%. Shutdown imminent. Anchor restart required.
Maybe faster just to go through this one. Go. Now this door's open. And we can come out in here. Oh heck, I forgot to do that. Son of a gun. Well, we open this up so we can see what's going on in here. Hey guy, how you doing?
Warning. Emergency power supply at 5%. Shutdown imminent. Anchor restart required.
Yeah, thankfully enemies do not respawn. Limited ammo would cause a pretty big hitch in that. But enemies can just spawn. I'm specifically looking at, store you, I need you. Right, I am not topped off. Now, how do I get to this place again? This way. Which is to say, you get a fancy item, and they put a couple extra enemies around the map. Now we can come over here and use you on you. Activate it to raise this up. Did I save at some point? I've mostly just been running back and forth, so I don't feel like I've lost a lot. Let's go ahead and save here. We're about to do something big, which means probably going to get like 8,000 enemies to spawn. Hey, now we can get through here. Yeah, I know it. And now we can get into these two rooms. Strauss's interrogation in relation to the accident on September 23rd. So you remember on September 23rd, there was a really big nasty event. Something bad happened, and it resulted in at least one person's death. It resulted in Wolf's death. So Strauss came to the private zone where he had a conflict with security officer Haydee. Oh no, this is the 23rd. This is not when the big event happened. 26th is when the big event happened, so 3 days before then. Had a conflict with security officer Haydee during the interrogation. Engineer Strauss stated that Haydee took his body. It's the HD model. So they got in a fight. He considers Weinheld responsible for the situation. So he was in the private zone with 512. Weinheld showed up specifically because he was called there by the person who runs the private zone and tried to take 512 away. Strauss got angry about this, got into a fight. So Dorian was determined to be responsible for the theft of medical supplies. So Dorian had been stealing medical supplies. In the course of the attempted arrest, Dorian threw medical liquid in Officer Dent's face, and having obtained his sidearm, opened fire. Dorian locked himself in a utility room in the medical sector. They breached the wall through the medical locker room to neutralize him, but Dorian was dead due to the fan by the time they got to him. So yeah, Dorian was stealing meds, got Lawrence hooked on these, Lawrence addicted to these meds and was selling to him. And then when Dorian was found out, he booked it, stole a weapon, booked it, locked himself in a utility room, and then did not correctly stop a fan with a crowbar and killed himself. This, isn't even an important plot. This just all leads to you getting the crowbar. There's a whole, illegal drug-selling operation in here just to explain you getting the crowbar. Okay, so we do have the blue key on us, so we can open this up. Okay, so this is a different thing. So we mentioned the opera bots outside. Comms array was damaged by the explosion. There was an explosion. 2 Opperbots locked themselves in the arsenal. Still no luck to flush them out. 1 Opperbot was seen in engineering. Surveillance is limited. Half the cameras are not responding. Facility is in panic. Casualties. Control room staff. 4 people on duty. A few engineers. 24 wounded. The whereabouts of the delivery group commander are yet unknown.
Warning. High entropy level.
So the Opperbots, they're like elite soldiers. They're not just slashers. And these Opperbots were tearing up this facility. Why were they tearing up the facility? How did they get here? Well, this is never explicitly told to us. But I think at this point we have enough information. No, we're missing a little bit of information to make this conclusion. But we have the whereabouts of the delivery group commander are yet unknown. The delivery group commander, there were only 2. There was Worthington first, but Worthington died in a sabotage. He was immediately replaced by Shanksky. So Shanksky was making his first delivery. Because date-wise, we're getting very close to present day, dealing with a lot of these. Or dealing very close to loss of communication.
Elevator offline due to insufficient
Who knows what
power
current
supply.
present day is.
Anchor restart required.
So, you can only assume that Shanksky showed up with something. Shanksky showed up with Opperbots. He didn't make a delivery. He delivered pain. There's also a USB drive in here, which we can take. And plug in here. And we can see in the little thing, a door opened. And that's just right over here. And we can get some ammo. Now we need to grab this USB because we have somewhere else that we're going to put it. Duty room. So this is the second room. There are 2 doors that get locked off when you walk through those red beams. This is the other one. Oh no, I have a full inventory, heck. Okay, I'm gonna drop them and pick them up later. So this item here, you can put in to turn off the red lasers. So you can just boop, and now you can go in. So it's fairly obvious that walking through these red lasers is going to do something, and what's it going to do but open this grate and kill these two? Or open this grate and send these two slashers after me? There's literally an achievement for walking through this red line. There's also an achievement for killing 2 enemies with 1 mine. Okay, I'm gonna leave those there because I'm gonna come back. But I believe we are more or less done here. I don't think I can go that way. But we can come back to that. Whoa, hi, buddy. Okay, so we went through there, we took care of that. I'll do it that way.
Warning. Dangerous substances.
Now that we have this thing, I think some dudes are gonna be spawning. Like, we've gotten the item out of this area. Kinda hoping nobody spawns in surveillance. I don't want to fight anybody in here. Okay, so USB drive, where it's really going is right here. Which is going to open this door for us that you can see in the image. Now that's not in shooting range, that's an arsenal. I think with that door open, a dude's gonna spawn as soon as I go in there. Oh yeah, he's right there.
Warning. Emergency power supply.
Hey, buddy.
Shut down unit. Anchor restart required.
No, we are not going to fight with the combat bots, unfortunately. The 2 that it said held up in the arsenal are both dead. One of them is right here. And the other one is right there. What killed them, I could not tell you. And now we get you. New gun. New gun, best gun. Also, this bot's got a sword through its chest. Not really sure how that happened.
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected.
Yeah, these Opera bots caused problems when they showed up. There were only like 3 or 4 of them, and they sent this whole facility into a downward spiral panic. So there's the two of them in here that did eventually go down. But this facility was throwing everything they had on it. And if you want even an idea about that, I say no idea where that sword came from. But you can actually find in one of the, I think one of the private chambers, you can see a sword on the wall. And a sword on the wall missing. So that was like a security officer or something, literally throwing anything they could at it. And finally took it down. Now I know there's gonna be a slasher in here, yep. Missed!
Warning. Dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical facilities. Second floor.
It does not take 3 shots to kill one of them. It takes... I think pretty sure it takes 1 good shot with this thing to kill them. Reset that? I don't actually need to reset that. Okay, now I can store like half of our shenanigans here. Actually, I want to keep that. No, I want to keep that. I don't need this. No, actually, I do need this. I do not need this. I do not need this. I don't think I need the clicker. I spent all this time with this clicker. I don't think I need it. Okay, so we're a little bit more cleared out. We need this for now, and we're going to need it for one other thing later. Oh, also, you know these things I've been saving up? Going on this guy.
Dangerous substances leakage detected. Medical facilities. Second floor.
The only upgrade it's missing now is the damage upgrade. I don't know if I need the blue key anymore. Used it there, used it there, used it there. I've not used it there, but I think once I unlock that, I don't need the blue key anymore. Alright, so I'll leave the blue key on me for now. Save on there.
Warning. Dangerous substances.
Blue key used.
Medical facilities. Second floor.
Maybe it does still take 2. Until I get the damage upgrade. What's going on? Okay, it's better now. Come in here, grab these. Now I can store the blue and the yellow and the blue key, which I no longer need. We are going to need you for reasons. Okay, and we need to go up the stairs. There's going to be something upstairs for us. Because now we can come in here and turn these off. Two shots! And one of them was a body shot because I forgot I had to aim.
Warning. Comms offline. Distress signal status denied.
Okay, comms. Love that one shot, and he's like, "What the crap was that?" Okay, so what's this one? This one is... Did I already get one of these? This one is how fast you can fire, I think. No, I already did that one. This is magazine size. So I want to put magazine size on that one.